Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. The Panthers on a prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic, signaling a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field. There's the towel. Bank of America. Stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun. Staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker, he can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook, Tolbert like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm, out of bounds, 25 to game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide, add the wide receivers, it's a route. Secret weapon, make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the Hood, hometown go boom. Force and fumbles, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son. Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding.
What's up, Keep Pounding crew? It's another Mock Draft Monday. Number 12. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page, Keep Pounding in all caps, for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as channel news, scheduling for the league and our team, and for the Yahoo Sports Keep Pounding Fantasy Ball League via the Yahoo Sports app. If you like what you see on your screen, if you like the intro that you see, don't forget to check out Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I, Lindara, Lindara, for videos, panels, things of that nature if you're a content creator. She is very patient, very awesome to work with, and fair pricing. So, definitely go check her out. Mention you came from me, and she'll help you out. Alright, Lindara Ty on Instagram. Shout out to Olivia in chat. What's up? Let's get this rolling. Alright, to business. We have had a very, very successful free agency so far. And it continues in the form of Nick Scott being re-signed. And David Moore. I'm very pleased with every move that's happened so far. And I think that, we're not just reestablishing the energy that we had in the second half of last year. We're also building on it. We're progressing into the future as a team, and that's very, very good. Every move that we made has complimented us as a franchise. We have not made a dumb move yet, in my opinion, which is odd for us because this may be the one year that I have never seen that happen in our franchise history. We also got Rico Dwaddle, the running back from the Cowboys. And I believe that is meant to be a replacement for Miles Sanders, and it is. So, I think the most notable free agents that we picked up as additions are Bobby Brown and Trevin Moehrig. I'm very excited to see what happens with those two. The biggest move we made so far in this offseason is Brady Christensen, re-signing him. That was a must-have move right there. You cannot let that kind of a Swiss Army knife out there into free agency because someone will pick that up and use that against us. So that's a massive, massive play for us. Meaning that, and I saw this in free agency news that let me see if I can find it in the team chat here. Yeah, here it is. All right, so Mike K wrote an article in the Charlotte Observer, and he basically said that to put it bluntly, the wide receiver unit as currently constructed just isn't dynamic enough to put the Dave Canales offense into the top half of the league's rankings. Young needs a dominant threat. A downfield threat. Sorry, misread that. Like the Cookie Monster needs cookies. I like that. That's pretty funny. All right. And the draft might be the avenue to find that need. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree. It's a very wide receiver rich draft so far. The Panthers looked into a DK Metcalf trade. Demands were a bit too rich. Yeah, and I was afraid that might happen. Because if you look at some of the types of trades that we were trying to get, it would have taken too much of our capital and too much of our money. And It's a concern every year. Next year it's going to be less of a concern, and you might see a big move like that next year, but not this year. Because we're looking at what, 60 something $million next year in cap potentially. Chad mentioned that. He's our numbers guy. So this year we're looking at like 50 million tops once we make all our moves. That's before we start signing people or re-signing people. And we've already begun re-signing people and signing people in free agency. So we were looking at like 50 million, somewhere in that neighborhood this year. T. Higgins was never leaving Cincinnati. Yeah. That was obvious. I knew Cincinnati was going to re-sign him or franchise tag him or something. There's just no way he's leaving. Cincinnati just, they can't get rid of him. But they also don't want him to leave. So, I mean, it's a love-hate relationship over there with T. Higgins, and it's just like, okay, at some point you gotta do something with him. So, I don't know. But I knew we had zero shot at him, for sure. Similar to wide receiver, the Panthers have a solid base at tight end. Tremble and Sanders complement each other well. Yeah, I agree. But it's worth noting the group could use someone more dynamic. Still, it might be hard to upgrade at wide receiver and tight end in the same draft. And that's correct. That's very challenging to do both in one draft. You're either going to get one or you're going to get the other. Majorly. In a draft. Otherwise, you're just building depth. Especially with the way both prospect groups are viewed. That said, tight end is expected to have a much deeper class than wideout. If we miss out on a dynamic deep threat, we could improvise and go after a tight end. I could see that happening, actually. I could very much see that happening. So, I think that was the highlight, wasn't it? For that. Wasn't there a second page for that, or is that just... Let me see. But that was worth noting. Oh, okay. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. It continues on. Brandon Ayuk, coming off an ACL surgery, isn't likely to be an option after what Carolina went through with Brooks' knee injury last year. So the new potential pass-catching dynamo isn't probably going to need to come from the selection process. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And he also says of Tommy Tremble that he will play inline tight end spot while Sanders would take on a big slot role in the two tight end looks. Yep. That's basically what he's been doing already. So that's nothing new. So realistically, you're looking at a running back replacement of Rico. And I would think that a tight end is very, very much in the works for this draft. I've got a few options that I've seen on the board. You've seen a couple of them during these mocks. So, oh yeah, we go for a while, Olivia. So, welcome in. But glad to have you here learning. That's awesome. Let me make sure there's nothing new as far as news is concerned. Yeah, our former safety is gone. Titans picked him up. Oh, they took out the depth chart. It's gone. The depth chart is not on the Panthers website anymore. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Well, that's interesting. Panthers Hall of Fame quarterback Jake Delhome's horse Topenstar, which he bought for $15,000, just beat out the best horse in the world from last year in Saturday's New Orleans Classic. I didn't even know he had a horse. Okay, that's interesting. Oh. Adam Thielen was Cooper DeJean's welcome to the NFL moment. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, let me see if we can find out what the contract was for Nick Scott, or whether they announced it or not. Nope. They did not. To retain Damani Richardson. So Trevor Moehrig is the new one. And then retain Nick Scott. Now, Sam Franklin Jr. is still out there. And I want him re-signed. Because that's going to complete our safety room. He's a depth piece, and he's very, very influential to what we do. As far as run support and tackling and things of that nature. So, yes, I want Sam Franklin back. He's also a good special teamer. So, management, if you're listening, try to get him back if you can for a cheap price. Because that will happen. Nobody's picked him up, I don't think. Let me find out if anyone's picked him up yet. Pretty sure nobody's picked him up yet. Okay. Google's still saying he's ours. So I'm assuming maybe Over the Cap will be able to tell us. That's a big one, though. Let me see. Yeah, he signed through 2024, so we still have him for this last year. That's good. Very good. So that should complete our safety room. I think we got a pretty good safety room. We won't know until we put him on the field, of course. Yeah, I saw your message. Yeah, I'm not showing anything on screen just yet, but I saw your message. Also, we have done a private meeting with Javon Walker, and that is our potential number 8 pick. So, shout out to Edward Graham, who actually posted that Mike K article, and shout out to Mike K himself. Great article. He actually seems to be in tune with what we're doing, as a franchise. So great job on that article, and he, I appreciate these media people that actually do their homework and they actually come to these practices. They actually learn about this team and they actually do what they're supposed to do. To be able to write these articles and to be in tune with who we are and what we're doing. It means everything. As opposed to all these media people that just write these random articles, about us that have no clue what we're doing. There's so many of those out there. And they try to predict what we're going to do. They try to act like they know who we are. And they try to say, oh, well, the Panthers are going to do this. They're going to do that. And they end up being wrong every time. So it's just like, okay, well, who are you going to listen to? The people that actually know what they're doing and actually do their homework? Or are you going to listen to the people that have no clue, that have never seen our practices, never come to our training camps? None of that. And then they try to tell us what we should do with our own franchise. Like, please. Like, spare us. Spare us of the nonsense, please. And there's one in particular that I've shouted out a number of times, and I've read the articles, and I hate making him look foolish, but the dude just keeps falling behind with news. He's like a month behind in news, and then he wants to try to act like it's brand new news, and occasionally puts in his opinion. And very rarely it actually makes sense. And these are the guys that are just making us look bad in the press. Let's just be real. I'm not a fan of the press. And it's obvious why. So, anyway, it is what it is. But there are some good eggs out there, and shout out to them. They do their job properly, and they deserve a lot more credit and respect than they're getting. And, Mike K is now one of them. Yeah, you'd listen to people that know what they're talking about. Exactly. So, I don't think... Yeah, not the people that don't. Exactly. Okay, so they've got pictures of the new people with the new wall art in the tunnel that they just put up. So that's cool. I'm always yawning and I'm always tired, so don't mind me. Oh, what is Rodney Pete doing? Okay, you got my attention. What you doing, Rodney? I see that in the news. Panthers former quarterback showed some kind of kind of effortless style he had on the football field in the stands in a baseball game in Japan. Okay. That's cool. He was in the Tokyo Dome for the Dodgers Cubs series. Okay. I see you. Why were they doing the game Dodgers game in Japan though? They trying to branch out? Because I know they got Japanese players over there that do come across as pitchers and stuff like that in major leagues. So that's interesting. Just like we get kickers from the European soccer leagues to be our kickers in the NFL. So that is definitely that's definitely a big thing. Okay, so we got the official pictures on the website of Brady Christensen, Mike Jack, Tommy Tremble re-signing. That's awesome. So those are official now. We got the J.C. Horn extension done. I mean, just everything coming together. And I'm so excited. We got a big year coming up for year 2 of the process. Dave Canales and company really know what they're doing. And I'm very, very excited. So with that being said, let me we get that off my screen. There we go. All right. So as you can see, Sam Franklin is set to make $4.7 million. He will have been paid $7.3 total for his whole career, with a base salary of $5.8. So yeah, we got him for one more year. Let's track the free agency. Stephon Diggs is still out there. Keenan Allen is still out there. Von Miller is still out there. That's a big one right there, ladies and gentlemen. Keep an eye on Von Miller. Because wherever this dude ends up, he is a playoff killer. Any teams he faces in the playoffs, he will dismantle them. Big signing right there if anybody picks him up. But that's a lot of money, though. You're talking $19 million. So anybody that wants to pick up that type of mantle, go for it. Tyler Lockett's still out there. You know what? $15 million. What? Y'all talk to me. Did the Seahawks cut him yet? Because I don't recall them cutting him. It is worth noting that Hassan Reddick has gone to the Buccaneers. So we're going to be seeing him twice a year now. This is why I keep telling people, be careful who you cut. Because we had Hassan Reddick for a couple of years. And we didn't know what we were doing with him. Went up to the Jets, got his money. Now he's going to the Buccaneers. Now he wants to go to a competitor. So we are now going to be playing against him twice a year. I warned y'all. James Bradbury is still out there. $12 million. That solves our corner problem right there. That solves our corner problem. We don't have to go digging in the draft for a corner. Go pick him up. I'm telling y'all right now, it is worth every penny. If y'all don't believe me, go look at his stats. You saw firsthand, Panther fans, what this dude could do. He's a monster. Matt Judon is still out there. Zadarius Smith still on the board. Brendan Sheriff. I mean, we don't really need a starting right guard at the moment. What's up, Lock Poppy? How you doing, man? AKF, shout out to you. He says Metcalf is out there. He's been cut. All right. Let's go get him then. We got money. Let's go get him. I'm down for Metcalf. What y'all think? You want Metcalf? Oh, my mic's cutting in and out. Let me see about that. Everything's plugged in properly. Check. Me. There we go. Alright, cool. Alright, oh, it's still cutting in and out? This is a weird mic. It's a new one, so bear with me. It must have been YouTube. You refreshed it now. So it's working now. Alright, cool. Let's see. Justin Simmons is still out there. He's a former safety for the Falcons. But he's getting old now. I wouldn't recommend him. Okay, it's working good. Yeah, if anybody says my mic is being weird, just refresh your page. Let's see. I don't know that it was the wisest idea to re-sign Shy Tuttle. Just my take on it. I mean, if you want him for depth at this point, that's really the best you're going to get out of Shy Tuttle. I wasn't a fan of his solo tackling and run stopping ability, but, which is what he does. So, I don't know if that was the smartest move, but that's okay. Nothing to complain about. Nothing to be raising an alarm about yet. As far as our moves. Holy crap, Isaiah Simmons is out there. For $5 million. What? Yo, and nobody signed this dude? What? What are we doing? We let this dude slip in the draft, and then we don't sign him in free agency? When we need a linebacker? For that cheap? Dan, what you doing, bro? What you doing on this one? Bro, that's an automatic signing for me. No, I would not even waste time on that one. This dude needs to be in a Panther uniform. I know people are going to think I'm nuts. But just because we're not running a 4-3 doesn't mean we can't find a way to use him for run support. This is what this dude used to do. That was his primary function in a Clemson uniform. But I know how we are. We're allergic to Clemson players, so for some reason. Yeah, I got some South Carolina Gamecocks bias people in the front office, so Shoot. Okay. How's Asante Samuel still on the market? Good question. That's a really good question. Yeah, shout out AKF for that one. He's exactly right. Joe Flacco. Josh Reynolds is still out there. Tre'Davious White. I'm just trying to get up to date on these before we start mock drafting. Didn't Jameis Winston get signed somewhere? Or no? I thought I saw where he got signed somewhere. Aguilar's still out there? What? Yo. That's right. We were hosting Julian Blackmon. And that was an excellent move, by the way. So Blackmon's last contract was about $10 million. Look how much that was counting against the cap each year. That's a beautiful move. If we manage to sign him, I'll be very pleased with that. So there's his snap statistics. Last year he started 93% snaps. So he was on the field. 1 tackle for loss, 1 quarterback hit, 4 pass deflections, 3 interceptions, and 1 fumble picked up. So you're talking 62 solo tackles, 24 assisted, and a half a sack for a safety. And that was just last year. This dude's numbers are consistent. Look at the assisted numbers. They are still going up. But, consider the last 2 years, 23 assists, 24 assists. You're still dealing with the same consistent number versus your solo tackling, which is 65, 62, which is still solid. It's still almost what your assisted numbers are, which is exactly what you're looking for. The first 2 years, he looked amazing in that category. So, the tackles for loss are consistent. And that's exactly what we're looking for is consistency. 8 pass deflections in 2023. Big number right there. 4 picks last year. And 23, 3 picks last year. You had 2 fumble recoveries in 2023. These are consistent numbers, folks. So, I think we got a winner here with Julian Blackmon. I've been tracking his career for quite a while now. And I've been very, very impressed with what I've seen. AKF says, I'd like to see my Packers get Asante, but the front office likes their corners to be 6 feet and up. Yeah, true. I have noticed that as a pattern. And I thrive on patterns when it comes to the NFL. You got Aaron Rodgers over here saying, oh, I want the Packers culture. Bro, you're not going to get the Packers culture anywhere else but in Green Bay. The problem is their management is so toxic towards quarterbacks that it's just not healthy for you to be there. And next quarterback in line is up for that problem. He has inherited that problem now. And I wish him luck. Because when it comes to contracts and stuff like that, yeah, that's not going to end well for him. Not to mention he's got huge shoes to fill because he's not Aaron Rodgers, he's not Brett Favre. And he's not going to be. He's going to be his own version of himself. So once the Packers franchise figures out, oh, we're degrading at quarterback, and we can't keep putting the same standards on quarterbacks as we did with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers with contracts, they're going to either have to adapt or die as a franchise when it comes to that. So it's going to take that quarterback failing a little bit for them to realize that. And eventually, they're going to have a terrible quarterback. It's going to happen. Whether it be the one they've got right now or whether it be a future one. At some point, that management's going to learn they cannot keep running the same standards and screwing over quarterbacks. They've got to adapt. So, and I don't blame Aaron Rodgers or Brett Favre for getting pissed off. I don't blame either one of them. They got screwed. But they could have responded in a better way, each in their own individual situations. So, it is what it is. Any other players you guys want me to look at? I'd be happy to look at them. I see Rasul Douglas is still out there for $7 million. We still need a third. Technically, we still need a third string quarterback. Stephon Gilmore is still out there. I would recommend him $7 million. Who else do we have? I mean, we don't want to break the bank. That's the biggest thing. Just don't break the bank. Because we got to pay $10 million to $15 million for rookie contracts. Keep that in mind. DJ Chark's still out there. I wouldn't mind having him back. Chark was pretty good, right? What do y'all think of Chark? Mosley, John Jenkins, John Feliciano. I'm paying attention to the Raiders because the Raiders are starting to implode. You're starting to see a lot of these Raiders players out here. Okay, yeah. We need to re-sign Sam Franklin then. If he's sitting on this free agent list, then we need to re-sign Sam Franklin. Carson Wentz. Let's see. Nick Chubb's still out here. Huh. Nick Chubb's starting to get older, though. Eddie Pinheiro is a free agent. Were we hoping to get him for cheaper, or because nobody's going for him yet? He himself wanted to go for free agency, but nobody's signing him. So I don't get it. Most accurate kicker in the NFL right now. Nobody wants him. Why not? And the problem was he was kicking everything to the left. And that was a problem that every Panthers kicker had. And it was solved by our special teams coach, who is now gone. The man that solved it is gone. That's your own fault, Panthers management. You chased him out. I warned y'all about that. Let's see. Jeff Wilson. Ronald Moore. Kaval Wallace. Okay. Fabian's still out there. What do y'all think about Fabian? Fabian's 31 though. But I mean, I'm not against it at this time. But I'm not exactly for it. Camus a free agent? Dude, we need to re-sign Camus. Re-sign Camus right now. What is this dude still doing out here? Are you serious? You want to talk about linebacker depth? Camus is it. You can't have this dude sitting out there forever. Quentin Jefferson still out there. Ian Thomas can sit on the free agent list. I don't care. Nobody wants him, dude, because everybody knows what Ian Thomas is now. Let's see. Von Bell's getting old, though. Troy. Ooh, we could get Troy Hill back. Yo, Troy Hill is out there. Okay, it's time to make a hard push for Troy Hill. Guys, it's time to make a hard push for Troy Hill. Even just for 1 year. I'll take him. Troy Hill, even just for 1 year, y'all. Think about what this dude could do for us as a third string quarterback. Corner. Dude. Troy was so impactful a couple of years ago. And, you know, it's not like he's going to see like a ton of action if we do re-sign him. Oh, it's Cincinnati. You know, so either one of those would be a solid number 3 option if you want to go that route and pay like about $1 million or $2 to get him. You know, I'm all for it. I think Troy Hill. I prefer Troy over Eli at this point because of the impact that Troy had. And Troy became our number 2 with all the injuries going on. He was never even meant to be our number 2. But he did a lot of work for us. A lot of very, very impactful work. Russell Wilson got signed. Well, there's like 2 or 3 teams still looking at him. I don't think anybody's signed him yet. Technically, right? I think somebody got Bridgewater. But yeah. We need to make a humongous push for Troy Hill. Unless you can find somebody better in the draft. That's younger. I realize that we're trying to go younger. And we screwed up. Hardman went to another team again. Packers got him. Mecole Hardman, to me, you know, if you're worried about drops, we can fix that. So, I don't understand why we're not trying to sign a guy like that and try to work on the drops. Because that's a big name right there. You can't let him sit out there forever, and the Packers got him. So, C.J. Henderson's another big name. We had a little bit of success with C.J. Henderson. So if you want to fill in that third corner spot with somebody cheap, there you go. There's another one. That could be an option for you. Um, I understand we're not trying to go back towards old ex lovers here, as far as the team is concerned. But some of these players, man, they made an impact. And I do like Trayvon Mullen as well, for a cheap price. You're only looking at $1 million market value. That's not bad. I mean, I'm just trying to give you guys options here. So you could maybe put that draft pick towards something else. TMJ is a free agent? What? Since when did TMJ become a free agent? Oh, snap. You know what? Go re-sign TMJ. It's time to bring him home. TMJ's been floating for way too long. TMJ's market value is $1 million right now? What? And he's still 25 years old? Bruh. There's a few of these where I'm just thinking it just makes too much sense. Wooten can sit out here. Chandler Wooten can sit out here. I don't care about him. We're done with him. Blackshear, if you want to practice squad running back, would be the option there. Tompkins had potential. I don't see re-signing him, though. Unless you're out of options. There's so many better options. Schwartz is a good option. I like him. But that's for way on down the depth chart. And at this point, we can afford to start looking that far down the depth chart. Dude, Chaz Surratt is a free agent? What? Yo, nobody's picked him up and he's well worth $1 million. What? Dude. I had this dude on my mock drafts when he was getting drafted that year. Oh, that would be amazing if we get Chaz Surratt. There's your middle linebacker option right there. For only $1 million. Heck yeah. Set him up for like $3 million for 3 years. Done. Chump change. That's a big move right there. We get him. I'm here for it. There's still some moves we can make, y'all. There's still some moves. I'm just pointing out the ones I like right now. I mean, you see these names, you could see some people you might like. Jesus. Jason Peters is 43 years old and he's still in the league? Why hasn't he retired yet? That's crazy. I don't know. I usually go for about 4 hours minimum. That's typical stream time. Big ones that people need to be concerned about. Is Joey Bosa goes to the Bills. Chris Godwin, who was on our radar, went back to the Buccaneers. And one other big name that I want people to pay attention to is DeAndre Hopkins went to the Ravens. Pay attention to what he's doing right now, because wherever he ends up, he's going to have a monster year. Alright. So that is that. Let's do mocks. I think we've hit everything that we need to hit there. But yeah, 4 hours minimum on these streams typically, because of all the content that we run through. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to lock in for a mock draft for yourself for the stream and have me pick all your players that you suggest or want me to look at, you know, positionally, you can do that for free. Let me know. You must lock in for all 7 rounds and pick all 7 rounds if you want to do so. And if you fail to respond in chat after a certain amount of time, I pick your player for you for that round. Okay, so be aware of that. You know, so you can't just screw around for 5 or more minutes. You know, we got a lot of content to go through. You know, so we got to keep it moving. That's why I do that. But if you want to lock in for 7 rounds, let me know. I'll do one mock draft for myself, and then I'll open it up to the chat for their locked in 7-round mock drafts. That's how we roll typically. And once we get into April, I'll be increasing the number of mock drafts that I do, you know, versus you, the chat. So keep that in mind, because we have a lot of scenarios to go through in April, so it's gonna crank up a lot. So I'm sitting at about 2 to 3 of my streams versus yours in April, versus just the one mock draft Mondays for the month of March. So that's just 4 to 5 hours. They'll have the VOD up if you don't get a chance to watch all of it. The video will be up for all the streams. I understand it's a lot of content for people, and I get that. You know, people aren't normally up at 2 in the morning. You know, so I try to be as brief as I can and just get through all the content that I can get through, and just be straight and direct with it. Alright, so let's get this rolling. First things first, we need to trade the 2 7s. And let's get into the 6th round. Now, last we checked, we had to trade with Dallas in order to get their 204. Now, the reason I want that 204 specifically is that's as high as you're going to get with 2 7s in a trade. That's proper trade value. But you definitely want to get into the 6th round. There's a lot of talent. Let's get it started. Ward, Cord. Alright. Alright. Cool. Third round. Nope. Nope. Alright. Buccaneers want me to go down to 19. They want to trade me a fourth rounder. Buccaneers are targeting somebody. That's why they're trying to move up. I don't know who. I'll consider it. Will Walker still be there at 19 though? I don't think so. You do have Starks at 21. James Pierce Jr., who I've heard has locker room issues, may not be the choice, but he did have a really, really good combine. I'm high on Nick Imawari as well for safety. So if you did want to move down, those are the options that I would be looking at. I'm just not seeing the proper value that I want to trade down to. So we're going to go ahead and take Jelon Walker. And just see what happens from here. Gentry, Nick Imawari goes to the Bengals. Okay. 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 Cool. Mike Green, Loveland, Pierce Jr. to the... Huh. If the Bills have an interest in Pierce Jr., maybe it's worth looking into. Okay. Bills also took a wide receiver. So I'm paying attention to Buffalo this time around. No offers. That means they took somebody off the board that was offer worthy, to trade up for. Now, the question is who? So the article mentioned that you can't exactly get a tight end and a wide receiver option. Major both. And I would slightly disagree with that because there is a tight end up there at number 8 that you could choose. But technically, I wouldn't do that. But my eyes have been on Jack Beck. He was putting up at very high numbers for a TCU wide receiver. And that's what I pay attention to, is those outlying numbers that are not supposed to be that high for that type of a conference. If you're putting up those types of crazy numbers in TCU, he would be putting up average type numbers in the SEC. If he were to be plugged in at Alabama or LSU or somewhere like that. So Jack Beck definitely stands out to me. Now, the question is, and I'm not that high on Carson, to be honest with you. What do we have here? I do like Charles Grant, but he'll still be there at 74. And Jack Nelson's down there at 200. No, they took my tackle. Oh, you thieves. Unbelievable. That's not cool. Alright. Well, we won't be getting what we want at tackle necessarily. Till like later on in the draft, so that's fine. So yeah, it's at 74 we may be looking at Charles Grant. That might be an option because we've got to hit one of those two on the offensive line for depth. We've got to. That's a necessity. Defensive tackle. You look. I've got eyes on Ty Robinson. And I've seen people reach on him before 111. You know, so that is a thing that happens, folks. People do reach. So corner, I mean, we're looking at Noah Williams at probably 111, 114. Safety, again, if you want to go safety, there's some options. I like Malachi Moore. I like Jalen Reed. So, I mean, if you want one more safety, I would not be against that. And I like Danny Stutzman here. So we'll be looking at him probably, 114 pick. So that means, since we got our edge rusher, Ty Robinson would be 111. I mean, you could go for Benjamin Morrison if you wanted to. That's an option. That's definitely an option. Running backs, we're going to stay away from running backs for right now because we already picked up one from the Cowboys. So, for me, this pick looks pretty obvious. It's got to be Jack Beck. I want my wide receiver option at 57. I'll take him. I've seen people double up at defensive end there at 57, and I'm not a fan of it because there's a lot of good talent on the board at wide receiver. Both of these teams want us to move down in the 5th round. Not happening. Colts want me to move down 6 spots. Pick up a 7th rounder and pick next year. Not happening. I don't want a 7th rounder. 7th round is garbage time. That's garbage time picks. That's for kickers, punters, special teams, stuff like that. Nah. Maybe a random wide receiver that may or may not make your 53-man roster. Eagles, 3rd, 4th, and 6th. Nope. Go fish, Eagles. Not happening. Now, I'm only going to have one shot at Charles Grant. Once he's gone, he's gone. So do I want Charles Grant? Or am I prepared to jump on Noah Williams a little early here? I could do it. I could do it. I think Noah Williams will sit there till 111. I think we're okay on Noah Williams. I think Ty Robinson is the pick here. It's between Ty Robinson and Grant. And if that's the case, then that's an easy one for me. Because we've got to have that defensive tackle. Backup guard can wait for now. There is Jamery Caldwell, so we do have a safety net there. Some people like Ty Hamilton too. So, but as far as guard is concerned, you got Miles Frazier still there at 132. So it'd be a tight race there at 114 between two players if you want to go for a possible guard. I'm not a massive fan of what comes after that, though. I may be willing to stretch with Dellinger at guard, but that's... Joshua Gray? I think we would go tackle at that point. Because Jack Nelson's still sitting down there at 210. So I think Jack Nelson will be our 204 pick, the last pick. Or 163 if we have to reach. If we have to reach. Which I would think that might be a possibility. That we might have to reach there. But yeah, this pick is obvious. It's got to be Ty. No one can do what Ty is able to do at the moment at defensive tackle. After you get past Ty and Jamery Caldwell, you're done. And they're about to take Caldwell before we get another pick. Leave Stutzman alone. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Leave him alone, please. There we go. Good gentleman. There we go. Trading into the 6th round? No. No, Ravens, that's an interesting offer. You trade that 7th rounder out for a 6th round next year, and I might be interested. That would look a lot more appealing to me. This is more the types of trades I want to see. Because you're picking up a 4th round next year, that's a money round pick. You're picking up 2 6th rounders, which is the value of a 5th. Yeah. You pick a 5th rounder value and a 6th rounder value and a 4th next year. Yep. The 4th next year is a kind of a bonus, but I'll take it. I would have taken 2 6s. But if you want to give me a 4th next year, that's bonus. That's a little much. What will we do with a 183 and a 210? That's my question. If I was to move that way. I'm going to say no. Alright, Steelers want me to move down 12 spots. There's a 5th rounder available for us at 156. That's a good pick for us to pick up. And a 6th rounder next year. This is more of the proper value right here. This is the type of trades you should be getting on an actual draft day. That sounds more realistic. 123. I'll seriously consider this one. Raiders, no. 123. Let me see. 123. No, the Jets picked up Noah Williams. What? Are you serious? Alright, change of plans. Change of plans. I think we go either Fortune or Jalen Smith to help out Charles Smith Wade at nickel corner. That's what I'm thinking right now. And just move Charles Smith up to 3rd string. And have Jalen be our nickel corner at that point, learning in our defense. That could be a thing. You know, we have options, y'all. So, just because we are looking for a 3rd string corner doesn't mean we can't move Chow up and have him be our 3rd. I'm down for it. I think he's ready to move up. He's had a couple of years now to learn. So, yeah. Quincy Riley could be interesting, but let's be real. I think we all know what we're looking for here. This pick just became obvious. Ooh, Charles Grant is still here. Ooh. That changes up the game here. Let's see. Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. I like Mitchell Evans, though, at tight end. I do. But I do see Luke Lackey down here. So I think we sit on that and pick up Luke Lackey in a little bit. Maybe a 163 pick. We'll pick Luke Lackey up. I've seen Stutzman drop to between 114 and 140 before. Several times now. So what I'm thinking is we don't immediately have to grab it, you know, at 111 here. We could pick up somebody at 111 that we really need, such as a Charles Grant that just popped up. So, at safety, we're not even looking at safety yet. So the name of the game here is between tight end, and guard position here for this pick. Keep in mind, we do have the Saints and San Francisco in between here. And the Saints have been known to pick up players that we don't pick up. So for once, we've got an advantage. So let's take advantage of that. We really need offensive depth help. I think this is the move. I really, really think that's the move. Bills want me to move down to 132. We'll pick up a fifth, 170. And a fifth rounder. Good value. A fourth for 2 fifths. Good value. But what are we going to do with the 170? So that's the thing. I'm not sure. We are looking at Mitchell Evans. Stutzman could drop below 140. He could drop to 140. It is possible. I've seen that happen before. And you still do have Bossa and you still have Kaiser. If you miss on him. So it's not... We don't have to worry about Malachi Moore until like 140 range. So I'm not even looking at safety right now. But this is prime time when Devin Neal shows up, at running back. If you want a running back, Devin Neal is a monster. He's also a trap. So if you want to go for Devin Neal, over pieces that we need right now, that's a trap, guys. Dan Morgan, Dave, I need you to hear this. Devin Neal is a trap. We fell for it for Brooks last time. Don't do it again. Please don't do it again. Y'all are susceptible to that. Alright? Am I willing to take the risk in order to pick up who was it? Mitchell Evans. Am I willing to take the risk or not? I really want Stutzman. That's a tough call. That is a tough call. We can always find a third string tight end somewhere. So if Mitchell is gone by 140, there's a chance that Mitchell sits on there at 140 as well. You just never know. I gotta have my linebacker. I gotta have him. I have that feeling somebody's gonna grab Mitchell though. Let's keep an eye on the top board here and see. I get that weird feeling. 2 more picks. No, he's still there. Okay. I'm not interested in that trade offer. Alright, at this point, now. I'm not in a hurry to grab a running back because I know that South Carolina's running back is still on that board. So just because... Ooh, Devin Neal is there still. Tempting. Very tempting. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, with Luke Lackey on the board still. Hmm. I mean, at 140, you get to have a little bit of fun. If a guy like Devin Neal is still on the board, that's when you start seriously considering. But anything before 140, no. That's a trap. There's no way he makes it to 140, though, on an actual draft day. No way. If for some miracle reason he is still there, that's when you start putting him on your board and saying, yeah, there's something here. We could mess with some teams here. 140, 146. Okay, so we still need a safety. I'm thinking 146 has to be Malachi Moore at this point. So we ruled that one out. So that's safety. Scratch that one out. Corner. Because they took my main target, I am now looking at Jalen Smith, I think. I would be willing to trade down that 163 and pick up an extra 6th rounder here and get Jalen Smith. I would do that. I mean, some people prefer Quincy Riley, but I don't know. I'm not sold on him. But I'm not high on Bryant, and I'm not high on Alexander. So knowing what we know from the combine, that's my take on it. And we still need an offensive tackle. As I mentioned before, that's going to be one of our last 2 picks. It's Jack Nelson. And if you want to know why I'm saying some of the things I am, check out NFL Draft Buzz's website. They have really, really good information here on each one of these players. Take Mason Graham, for example. If Mason Graham is sitting there at number 8, we will probably want to take him. But look at all this info, though. If you're new to the channel and what we do here for this part of the month and the research that we do. So you've got all the information here. You've got the measurables on a color chart, which is really, really handy. You've got the overall rating. You've got rating in tackling, pass rush, run defense, whatever they do, at their particular position. You've got the rankings. You've got what each one of these sites rates them out of stars. And the comparison. There's also a bio, strengths, weaknesses, and a summary. Plus one of those web charts that you used to see in the old Madden days, which is really cool. If you ever played Madden 08, 07, 08, that's when they used to put those web charts in there when you're doing scouting stuff. So that's pretty cool. And I think that's the rating system for those. Yeah, that's the rating system. Cool. And last year's stats up here. 40 time, player rating, position ranking, all that. All ties into what you're going to be deciding on a player. So, getting back to this, 140 is still open for us. So corner, we decided to wait on corner. Okay, so we decided to wait on corner. We decided safety is going to be 146. Sorry, allergies. So that leaves tight end, running back, and tackle. Tackle, we've decided is going to be a later pick. Tight end, we can sit on if we need to, as a 163 pick. So, to me, I think Devin Neal is a steal here at 140. I mean, yeah, you could go Raheem Sanders. We have dipped into the South Carolina Gamecocks well and had success several times. So, I mean, if you prefer that, you could do that. Nobody's going to fault us, if we decide to go that direction. I'm not going to say anything either. I'm going to approve of it. I think we... How much do we want Mitchell Evans? I mean, we're talking about a third string cut in here. All he's got to do is catch and run routes. And block a little bit. I'm not expecting him to be the best route runner. I'm not expecting him to be the best catcher out there. But as long as you can go out there and block, that's what we're looking for at third string right now. You got to be better than Ian Thomas was. And Jordan Matthews. Because both of them were just not it. We can definitely upgrade with Mitchell Evans. I still feel that Luke Lackey is a good upgrade too. So you're not looking for the best tight end out there that's available. You don't have to. I think the move here is Devin Neal. Let's remove some temptation from these people. Yeah, Devin Neal. There's your running back. I'm not waiting. I'm picking him up now. And I know that that's what other teams were hunting for too. That's why they made trade offers. That's exactly why they did it. They saw him on the board and they said, ew, we want a piece of this. We want some of this action. 146 to 149. I pick up a 174. Is that a real trade offer, Dallas? Interesting. 2 6th rounders, a 4th, and a 6th. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. This is more along the lines, like I told you, I wanted to get into the 6th round again. And picking up two good picks for next year too is very enticing. Yeah, I'm interested. Both of those were really good picks. Trade offers. Mitchell Evans is still there. Could Dallas be making a move on Mitchell Evans? Considering he's still there. These stupid ads. There we go. Could that be what they're doing? Because nobody's really making a move on safety yet. I find that really interesting. Only moving down 3 spots and I get a 174 out of it? What's around at 174? Well, that guarantees we get Malachi Moore. Who else is here, though? Mitchell Evans. See, that guarantees we get both of these guys. That could be a good trade for us. You know, because again, at corner, we're looking at... these ads are getting annoying. Jalen Smith, there we go. That would free us up to use 204 to use strictly for Jalen Smith. That just leaves tackle. Which means we could move that 163 and down and get Jack. And still have an extra pick. I might be interested in that. To be honest. I might. Who would we pick up, though? With that extra pick. Y'all out here making me think today. I like this. Realistically, we... What's the possibilities here? Well, what can we do? What can we... Ooh. Caldwell's still there. And we were actually scouting out Cam Jackson. Oh, man. I see something here, yo. I see something here. Some defensive tackle help would be definitely helpful. All right. What was the other offer? Yeah. I'm not considering that one anymore. Dallas, you're on the clock. What you got for me? You're on my radar. You're the only one on my radar. 3 spots. Who are you looking at, Dallas? Is it Mitchell Evans? If it's Mitchell Evans, I'm going to take a gamble. Gray. Gray was their target. Okay. Gray was their target. See, that's why you run these mock drafts, so you can find out what their targets are. I guarantee the teams run through like 1 billion of these. They I bet you they got like 4 or 5 people just running a billion of these mock drafts per day. Just trying to figure out who's going to go where. And we don't know what ranking system they're actually using on draft day, so this could change on draft day, and none of these may be useful at all. We don't know. The theory is it's 3 different ranking systems, but nobody is 100% sure. That's the running theory. Okay, so that being said, now I get to have a little fun. We have 4 spots, 4 draft picks. Let's use them wisely. Now, first off, safety. How far do we think he's going to drop? Would he drop to 163? I don't think so. I think that is the pick right there at 149. Tight end. Mitchell Evans is still there. Okay, so we got a choice here at 149. Do we want to settle at tight end and get Luke Lackey and go ahead and get our safety here to make sure he doesn't drop and get stolen before 163? Because I feel like that might be the move. Like I said, we're going for Jalen. Just get some nickel help. Move Chow Smith's weight up to 3rd spot in the depth chart. So that's 204. So now we need 163 and 174. And like I said, Jack Nelson, we're going to pick up at 174. I know it seems like a little bit of a reach, but somebody will reach on him. So I think it's the right move there. 163. That just leaves corner spot, right? No, that just leaves that didn't leave anybody. Okay. So, to quickly recap. 204 safety. 204 is corner. 174. $174 is Jack. That's tackle. So tight end, corner. Tight end, corner. Yeah. Malachi. Hmm. Okay. I think Malachi Moore's the move here. Yep. I'm going to lock that in. Five spots in around 7. No, thank you. Good trade value, but no, thank you. Down 6 spots, we get a 4th and a 7th. Tempting. I like that 4th rounder. Not bad, Chargers. They're suckering me into a 7th. They're suckering me into a 7th, and I don't like it. But that 4th, yeah, we could do a lot of damage with the 4th next year. I'm interested. No way is this dude still here. At 163, are you kidding me? I was getting ready to get Luke Lackey here, but shoot. Y'all just moved up the timeline. Let's go. Jack is still there. And let's see. Jalen Smith is still there. All my picks are still there. Yeah, in that case, shoot. Alright, we need a corner and we need a tackle, right? Corner is the last pick we're making. Tackle. 210. Yeah, we could do it. We could do it. Let's pick him up. Let's get him. Yeah. I'm drafting him. Let's go. Yes. That's beautiful. That's beautiful right there. As much as I would have loved to have that 4th rounder next year, I think we made the right call. No. We know what we want. We know what we want, guys. We know what we want. Let's grab it. And I know people are going to trash me for this corner pick, but I don't care. It's not about what's on the board. It's about what you need. Yeah. I don't care about the grade. I want Jalen. Excellent, excellent draft. I'm pleased with it. That one looked good, man. That really fell my direction. surprisingly, I, I don't understand what Devin Neal was still doing there, or Mitchell Evans. Those were the two that surprised me. I was like, what are you guys still doing here? There's still a reason why they should still be there. Hey, sometimes you don't look and get forced in the mouth. You just pick it. You know? Excellent, excellent draft. I'm going to save that up. And I'm going to send that to my team to analyze. There they are. Boom. And there you go. Alright. Now, I asked you guys to remind me which of something specific that I was going to do with a mock draft today. And I don't recall what that was. Does anybody remember in chat? Because if anybody recalls, we'll go ahead and do the thing, you know, that was suggested or requested. Oh, the players that we've been meeting with, right? Right. I got time enough for one more. I don't want to stress this out too far, but, you know, I do have time for one more. Anybody want to lock this one in and do this draft? Anybody? Let me know. 7 whole rounds now. Remember, you gotta stay committed to it. We don't play that around here. We got stuff to do. We got content to get through. You know what I mean? Alright, since nobody wants to lock this in, I'm going to go ahead and run through it. Y'all had time. You had your chance. Like I said, Dallas is the best option for us as far as moving those 2 7s for a 6th round value. We need a 6th rounder. Moving it. Let's go again. And there goes Mason Graham in the top 5 again. I want y'all to be aware of that. That's a lot of picks for a number 8 pick. Who would we even get in the 2nd round that would be worth that? Nah, see, we got a choice between Abdul Carter and Jalon Walker. Which one do y'all want? Take your pick. Because it's a 50-50 for me. I'll take either one. We just need edge help. And Mikael Williams is still sitting here too. If we want to move down, we can. That's an option too. I'll tell you what, for the sake of this mock draft, because we haven't had Abdul Carter available in a while, let's take Abdul Carter. That's a new one. We haven't had Abdul for a while. And I'm curious to see where Javon Walker would go if we got Abdul Carter. I'm very curious. My internet froze. Page froze, y'all. I don't know what's going on. That's weird. That was weird. Okay. Oh, let's do it again. Since it's not frozen anymore. That's a shame. I would have liked to see what would have happened. We haven't had that scenario in a while. Boom. Alright. Let's go again. And away we go. Every single mock draft. Watch number 5. Mason Graham again. Every single time like clockwork. I don't know what it is about the Jags, but they always go for Mason. Ooh. Falcons, you ready to play ball right now? We get a 46 in a round 5? And we still get Mikael Williams out of this? Ooh. Yo. That's not a bad trade offer. Atlanta? That's not bad. Oh, Abdul is still here. Falcons trying to get Abdul. That's what's going on. And you know what? We've seen Javon Walker still sit there at 15, haven't we? And even if we don't get him, Mikael Williams is still there. Falcons, I might just indulge you. That's a powerful weapon to put in the Falcons' backfield, though. Oh, man. That's a tough call. What do y'all think? I like it, but I hate it at the same time. That's a heavy piece of weaponry to put an edge rusher for the Falcons. You have no idea how much I want to get back at the Falcons for their bull crap over the years. This is one way to do it. This is certainly one way to do it. We have all the leverage. All of it. Chat, what do you guys think? I'm going to leave this one up to you. It's a 50-50 for me. I don't usually leave these decisions up to chat very often, but this is a big one right here. How much do y'all hate the Falcons? That's the major question right there. How much do you hate the Falcons? Because that's what this comes down to. Ooh. How much would you like to screw them over? Because here's your opportunity. Once in a lifetime. In the words of Eminem. Oh boy. You know what? I want your 46, man. I want your 46 now. I want that 5th round pick. Let's see what they go with. Oh, they went with Mike Reed. Oh, the Saints got Abdul Carter. The Saints got Abdul Carter. See, that's... Yo, that's what I've been trying to tell you. That's why I didn't want the Saints anywhere near us in the draft order. That garbage right there. Because you don't know what the heck is going to happen. And yeah, I'll take Joel Walker. Look at that. We picked up a 46. That's beautiful. Oh, that's money. I could do a lot with a 46 pick. I could do a lot of damage. Dang it, they got Nick Umawari. That's who I was going to target, too. Oh, you lucky clowns. Alright. That's alright. That's alright. I've never been sitting here at 46 before. This is crazy. Dart's still there. Trayvon Henderson's still here. Ooh. We got our pick at wide receiver, too. Ooh. Man. This is fun. This is fun right here. I've never been in this position before. I'm tempted with Henderson, man. I'm very tempted. I don't get many shots at Wyatt anymore. Or Cameron Williams. Ooh. Alfred Collins would be a good option, too. I'm not even gonna lie. We got options, y'all. This feels nice. I tell you what, though. What options do we have? Nope. That's not a proper trade offer. Okay. Who do we want to target? That's the main question. Who do we want to target? I'm going to get... We could move that 46 down. It gets something in between 74 and 111. And pick up Noel. That's what I'm thinking right now. We still go for Jack Beck, at 57. Keep to the schedule. If we move that 46 down just a little bit, man. So move it in between 57 and 74. We have a shot at getting Wyatt. Instead of settling for Jack Beck. Jack Nelson down there. Which I highly recommend we do that. At this point. Yeah, because... Let's do that. Let's move 46 down a little bit. Let's see if we can find a pick in between 57 and 74. Or 74 and 111. One of the two. I'm down for either one. I want the full board. That's what I want. We got 30 days, y'all. 30 days till the draft. 30 days. Can y'all believe it? It's coming quicker than you think. I'm hyped, dude. I'm ready. I don't know about y'all, but I'm ready. I'm excited for this one. This is going to be fun. Okay, so we are looking for somewhere in between 57 and 74. Who has an extra pick that they're willing to share with us? KC. Okay. KC. I can see it. Okay, so KC moved that down to like 66. And you can still pick up Wyatt with a pick like that. Yeah. That's definitely a possibility. Now the other one could be a 74 to 111. 74 to 111. I'm looking for a repeat team here. I'm not seeing one. Let's see. Honestly, the Rams at 101 would give us Noel Williams. Alright, so it's either trade with KC or trade with the Rams. Which one would we rather do? I still think at 111 we still have a strong shot at Noel Williams. I still think he's still there. In most mock drafts, there's a 75% chance he's still there. I'm willing to make that trade with the Chiefs. Let's do the Chiefs trade. I want Wyatt. I'll make that move. Yeah. And we want your 66. And I'll take a 6th round next year. No 6th round next year? Okay, fair enough. Okay. Let's be kind to him. They're not willing to make the move. But they do have a 95. They do have a 95 pick. Okay. Let's not rule out KC just yet. That's a better spot than what we were getting with the Rams. And a 6th rounder. Perfect value. That's what I want. And y'all get a 7th to complement the 6th. So then they can move the 2 7s they can get back in the 6th round. See, that's fair. That's fair value right there. This is how you trade, folks. Pay attention. Yeah. That's going to be the move. We're going to make sure we get Noel. Done. Dang it. They got Jack back. That's okay. We got wide receiver options. Don't panic. Ooh. See? This is exactly why you don't panic. Look at this offer. That is ridiculous. For 2 spots. That's unrealistic. But my God. Look at these offers, dude. That's crazy work. Who y'all looking at? It's gotta be Trayvon, right? Gotta be. Either that or Higgins. Even if we miss on Higgins, I'm still down for Savion. I'm still 100% down for Savion. Or Tez Johnson. Yeah, I don't want Mason Taylor. Wyatt's still here? Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We do still have so what we could do, if we can get Wyatt right here, we can get a wide receiver at 63. We can pick up Noel Williams with 95, and the 74 is open. It all just depends on what shows up. I'm starting to like this move. This draft is starting to move, guys. Real talk. Okay. Yeah. I'll skip on Higgins. I'm not real big on Higgins anyway. I'm not big on Mason Taylor or Arroyo either. Yeah. Wyatt's the pick. We got to make sure we get offensive help. I'm not moving down. No. No. I knew it. I knew Henderson was what they were targeting. I knew it. I knew it. Bro, I freaking knew it. Alright. Let's see. See, at 63, you got some options. They're recommending Higgins. I do like him over Bond, and I like him over Noel and Royals and Restrepo. I could never say his last name right. Restrepo. I keep getting his last name wrong, and I apologize. I'm just going to call him XR. I heard it during the combine, and I still keep getting it wrong. Do I want that to be our wide receiver pick, though? Someone's going to reach on Savion. At probably around 74 area. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. Because that's typically what's going on. I like Higgins' numbers better than I do Savion's. But Savion's got some interesting numbers for a TCU wide receiver. I'm not going to lie. But you're talking about Iowa State. How often do you see an Iowa State wide receiver this high in the draft? That's a rarity. There's a reason for it. If he's there. You know what I'm saying? We already know what we're doing with Noel Williams. And I think the rest of it just goes as planned. We could try to get Charles Grant with 74. Yeah, we can get Charles Grant with 74. I don't see why not. Let's get our offensive line help up here before 100. I'm here for it. We can still get our wide receiver at 63 and still get Noel Williams at 95. This is possible. And then it's just business as usual after that. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, Niners. I don't think that's going to affect us too much. You got yourself a deal. And they got him, so Miles Frazier is my next target. Yep, Miles Frazier is my next target. 131. We'll pick him up about 114. So that means that means 75 is freed up. And keep in mind, Devin Neal is lurking. We can grab him if we want. I say we reach on one of these two, Noel Williams or Ty Robinson. One of these two we got to reach on. Yeah. 1 second. Cool. Alright. Which one of these two do we want to reach on? Noel Williams or Ty Robinson? I think Ty Robinson. I think Ty. Yeah. Correct call. I'll get it when I get it. Give me some time. Trade offer? Nah. Nah. This needs to be. I know that's gonna look like a C plus. I know it is. One of these two is gonna look like a C plus, and it's because we traded down though. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have much choice on that. Yeah, garbage time stuff right there. Garbage time. Not what I'm looking for. Alright, now I got a choice. Mitchell Evans here at 111. Devin Neal is off the board, so the temptation of Devin Neal is gone. You still have Trevor Etienne. However, the main attraction is gone. So, Um, we already started making moves, man, on bigger players. That's cool. It's cool. Yeah, see, Savion is still here at 111, which is unusual. I think Miles Frazier needs to be one of these 100 picks here. One of these three. I'm willing to sit on that till 114. That's cool. Yeah. It's all good. Maybe we do go running back here. Nah, that's a reach. That's a reach considering the running backs I want. But see, Miles Frazier is right in that safety zone of 114 to 140. So that makes sense, to go after Miles Frazier. I know that we re-signed Corbett, and I know Cade Mays is still there. So what this would do, if we got Miles Frazier, is we could then move Cade Mays to guard as a backup guard. And you would have the ability to shift him from left guard to right guard. And see, we just got our tackle Wyatt with the trade down. So now you got backup at tackle, you got backup at guard. You've now got your wide receiver, you've got your defensive tackle, you've got your corner. Which, honestly, that was kind of a screw up on my part. Because I should have just gotten Wyatt, honestly, with 46 or whatever it was. But it did allow us to get both Ty and Noel, so that's a good thing. But yeah, the extra guard help would help tremendously from Miles Frazier. I think Mitchell Evans should be one of these three, or Terrence Ferguson. I personally like Mitchell Evans better than I do Terrence. That's just my take. Some people would disagree. We could double up. One of these 100 picks is going to be a Stutzman as well. So that's going to be 113, a Stutzman. So 111. 111 is the question here. What are we doing with 111? So we know it's going to be Miles Frazier, Stutzman. Now what? Mitchell Evans. That's what I think we should do with these. That's my take. Is there anybody that would challenge that? That would force me to change my pick. Or make me reconsider that. We got our wide receiver, running back. No. I don't see anybody that would challenge it at this point. Let's go ahead and let's go get our people. What trade offers did we get? Garbage ones. Not a fan of them. Now, here's the interesting part. I'm getting a couple of offers here. This is the only one I'm willing to seriously consider. Because you do get a 5th and a 6th out of this, which is real nice. I don't care about the garbage time 7th. You can toss that. Give me a 6th instead, and we're good. You know? 132. 132. If we go ahead and pick Danny Stutzman here at 114. Oh, man. That trade offer is tempting, though. Very tempting. But if we give this pick up, we're giving up either Miles Frazier or Stutzman. I could see Stutzman going past 132, which would give us a 170 and a 206. But it's risky. It's very risky. I got to get Miles Frazier first. That's got to be a first pick. Then it's got to go Stutzman. Yeah. That's the move. That's the move right there. Now 140 range. Now you're starting to look at safety. No, they got Malachi. Jalen Reed's still there. No. 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 Definitely not the Jets. I do not want to trade with the Jets. Blech. Trading with the Jets is like trading with a trash can. You're only going to get trash picks. Oh my God. That's hilarious. Let's see, at 140. Running backs. Now you have the luxury of going after Travis Etienne. Trevor Etienne here. Sorry. I'm so used to saying Travis Etienne because I'm a Clemson fan. Please forgive my Clemson bias trash mouth here. But yeah. We did actually meet with Bashard Smith at one point from SMU. And I believe we scouted Todd Brooks, didn't we? I might be tempted to go Raheem Sanders here at running back. I might. But Trevor Etienne. Trevor Etienne's more gung-ho, and he's more he's stronger. He's more physical. But I think the main focus does need to be on safety because of the fact that we did not get what we wanted. For this particular pick, anyway. I'm going to go Reed. Because we could go one more safety pick here. And just make sure that we get... Yeah. No. I don't want to... I don't want a 7th, guys. Stop trying to give me a 7th. That's interesting. I would take a 5th for next year. 152. It's not like I'm targeting anybody specific here anymore. I kind of want Trevor Etienne, to be honest with you. I'm going to grab him. Nah, see, stop trying to sneak these 7th rounders in here, man. I don't want them. I can't move a 7th. I cannot move a 7th. Stop it, guys. There we go. 1 pick down and you gain a 5th. Interesting. Titans, who are you trying to get? I filled all my needs. So, yeah. Titans? Sure. Now, at this point, it's just getting extras. Which means best available on the board. Corner. We already got safety. All the good edge rushers are off the board. Linebacker. Let's see. All the good linebackers are off the board now. How about an offensive lineman? I'm all about getting extra offensive linemen at this point. Jack is still there. Ooh, yes. Yes. 163 pick belongs to Jack Nelson. Alright, let's continue. I wouldn't mind having Luke Lackey as a practice squad guy. I would not mind that. 204. Alright. Moving on, wide receiver. I heard a lot of good things about Torrey Horton and Jalen Wayne. I don't remember if I got a chance to look at Jalen Wayne during the combine or not. Was he in the combine, y'all? Do you remember? Because if he was, he didn't stand out to me. Because I would have remembered that name if he did. Now, the last time we went with a Notre Dame quarterback, that did not go well. Y'all got to remember that. That did not go well. And we know what name y'all got in mind as far as that's concerned. We don't speak that name in Panthers country anymore. Ooh, Jack Kaiser. Oh, this pick's obvious. Give me Jack. Give me Jack, be nimble. Yeah. Ooh, we could have had Caldwell. Dang it. Oh well. We got a linebacker help. That's good. I like Ty Robinson, so I'm happy with that. And we probably should have taken them up on that 5th round offer too. So that was a pretty good one. Ooh. Move down, pick up a 4th and a 6th. Titans, y'all still balling. Okay. Titans are still balling right now. And we got more out of it. Oh, snap. Y'all think we should move this down and get 4-2? That's what I'm thinking right now. I'm definitely thinking that. I like Noah Williams, but hey, it can't hurt to have a South Carolina Gamecock corner. It cannot hurt at this point. Am I happy with Mitchell Evans? Yes. Considering what's on the board. Am I happy with my wide receiver pick? Yeah. I would have liked a little bit more out of that, but that's okay. We'll take it. You know, we had to take a little bit of a hit there, but that's, hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Now, why are we looking at Rashad Smith? That's what I want to know. What makes him stand out? Does anybody know what makes him stand out? You seem to be very interested in him. And I want to know why. What caught the Panthers' attention? What caught Dan's attention? Yeah, because we could... 178, we could move that down. 78. Who are we targeting again here? We're targeting Jack. We're 100% sure we're targeting Jack at 204. We could get Fortune. We could get and Taj Brooks. They're looking at right in this range. That's where they're looking at running back, y'all. That's why we met with Brashard Smith. That's why we looked at Taj Brooks. That's why Sanders is probably going to get a look as well. Right around that range, 163 and 204. Watch this. Nah, it's going to be 163. They're not even looking at Sanders. That's a reach. It's going to be Brashard or it's going to be Taj. I'll bet you it's going to be Brashard. I'll bet you. With a 163 that is ours. Specifically ours. That's before I made all these trades and whatnot. If Sanders moves up to the 190 range, he's on our radar. And I would like to see that happen. I would like to see him in the mix. Him and Taj both. Because both of them are very, very good running backs. Very strong running backs. They tore up my Clemson D-line, man. I'm telling you. Sanders is a beast. That is a hidden gem right there. Somebody's really going to enjoy him. I don't know who's going to get him, but somebody's going to really know what they get. And this dude is going to pop off after about a year in the league. I can see that already. Okay. What do we do here? 160. I was not bargaining on this happening. 163. We could go. Already got my linebacker. I'm happy with that. Safety. We already got our safety help. Let's see. I doubt we get anything good at defensive tackle at this point. Ooh, Cam Jackson, maybe? It's a stretch. I'd rather look at a wide receiver. I think Jalen Wayne. Jalen Wayne or for Fortune. I think Fortune. I think Fortune once we move this down with the trade. I think that's the move here. Yeah, Titans. I like the value. You get a fourth of the sixth next year. That's two really, really good picks. You know, for just moving down a little bit. I would like to have Fortune. Let's accept that. Nah. Nah. See, y'all trying to sneak these 7th rounders in here, and I don't like that. Nope. Ooh. Now we're getting somewhere. That's a 4th rounder. Interesting, Dallas. Interesting. And the Lions with a 5th rounder. Broncos with a 4th rounder. I don't like these 7th rounders being sneaked in here, man. I don't like it. If I happen to get 2 7s in one trade offer, I'll jump on that. Because that I can move. You know what I mean? I could move 2 7s for a late round 6th. You got to be crafty with it. You know what I mean? So essentially, it's either a 4th or a 5th. I like that trade. I like that trade right there. I'm happy with no Williams. I don't have to get a corner. I can move down to 211 and be satisfied with that. You know, I don't have to have 4-2. I can get a 4th round next year. I could do that. You know, there's no... There's no real push here. You know what I'm saying? We've got everybody we need. I'm satisfied with it. I'm staying away from Riley Leonard. No. How do y'all feel about Brady Cook? We're looking for that 3rd string quarterback upgrade now. I mean, to me, he has to beat out, what's his name? Who was that quarterback that we had in the practice squad and preseason? Who was that? Because there was conversations early on in the first part of the season of putting him in and just seeing how he does. I don't think he's on the 53. I don't think he is. Let me look and see if he is. Don Plummer. So, whoever this is, you know, if we're going to draft a quarterback here, he has to beat out Plummer. And Plummer would go to a practice squad. And frankly, I don't see Brady Cook or Riley Leonard beating him out. I just don't see it. I'm not to that point, I'm going to say no. You know. Is it worth giving up on Fortune since we got Noah Williams to get draft picks for next year? Absolutely. If we can get a fourth, I'm happy with that. Yes. That fourth, we could do a lot of damage with next year. You know what I'm saying? We could do a lot of damage with that fourth. Or we could just get our corner right now. So here's my question. If we were to use that fourth on a corner next year, would he be better than Fortune? That's what you have to consider with a trade like this. Or if you're getting a better player, like a defensive end, a defensive tackle, a linebacker, are they better than Fortune? And the answer is yes. If you like Noah Williams and you like what Noah Williams brings to you, to the table for you, and you're happy with that pick, which I am, I think we found our third corner. And I could still get Jalen Smith too. Yeah. I'm willing to sacrifice right now. I'm willing to take this trade. These trash ads out of here. Get them out of here. Yeah, I'll take it. I want my fourth rounder for next year. Yeah. And I do realize that means Fortune is gone. That's fine. Oh, he may not be. He may not be. Ooh, he may not be. Hold up now. Chargers try to get him. Look at this. Chargers are trying to get him. Oh, y'all are crafty. Look at that. Oh, look at the Raiders trying to be crafty right now. Look at this. A fourth and a seventh. Oh. Ravens, I like that. I like that. Give me an extra fourth, baby. With no shoelaces on top? Yeah. Yeah. I like that. Where's Jalen Smith at? We missed out on our tackle depths, but that's all right. At this point, I'm satisfied. Because we got Wyatt. Wyatt will do the job. You can switch him around. We can use that. I'm pleased. I'm happy with that. I would consider Chase Lund if you're still looking. This late in the draft. Dellinger at guard if you're still looking there. which I technically am. I wouldn't mind one more guy, man. I wouldn't mind it. Just as a third stringer, extra protection. You know what I mean? An extra layer. Jalen Travis ain't too bad. I checked him out too. I feel happy with Mitchell Evans at tight end. I feel happy with that pick. Ooh. Do we give up on Fortune here? Do we? For a fourth rounder? That's a very nice price to pay right there. That could be a defensive pick in any spot in the fourth round. Any spot. Ooh. Ravens, that is tempting. I'm not even going to lie. Y'all got me over a barrel on that one right there. I can't lie to y'all. We already did this once and we got a fourth out of it. Imagine having 3 force. The damage Dan could do with 3 force. That's disgusting. Oh, God. Going into year 3? Are you kidding me? Ravens, I know you're going for Fortune. I know you are. I know it. They wouldn't be making me an offer if they weren't. That's 7 spots. 7 spots. How much faith do I have in Fortune to survive for 7 spots? Very little. I don't really have any plans for 211 and 249, to be honest with you. These are just screw around picks at this point. Oh boy. Can we double up at defensive tackle or defensive end? I'd be interested in that. Get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. And that. We don't need that. Alright. Let me check defense. Ooh, Ty Hamilton's still there. Ooh. That's what y'all are hunting for, aren't you? Now it makes sense. They're all trying to move up so they can get Ty Hamilton. Now it makes sense. Okay. Let's see. Kobe King. For some reason, I just keep going back to Jalen Wayne. I don't know what it is. I just keep going back to Jalen Wayne. There's just something about this dude, man, that makes me want to draft him. I don't know what it is. I mean, if he's still there by 211, I'll grab him. We do need corner help. We do need it bad. As much as I want that extra fourth, I want Fortune. I know this is a terrible choice, but we already traded for a fourth once. We already moved down for a fourth once. See, I knew it. I knew they were going for Fortune. You see this offer right here? Look at this. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Now you get the trash offers. I freaking knew it, dude. I had a sixth sense, bro. I had a sixth sense on that one. And I was right. Oh my god. That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. Alright, guard. Nah. Let's get us some extra tackle help. Chase Lunt. I would consider Chase Lunt at this point. I'm not against taking a North Carolina defensive end at this point, though. Ty Hamilton. I think Ty Hamilton's the pick here. I know this is going to look stupid, but we do need some desperate help on that D-line. We'll take anything that's there at this point. Yeah, I knew it. Jalen's gone. Jalen's been gone. Dang. Okay. That's fine. Well, Jalen's a corner, isn't he? Jalen's a corner. No? Yeah. Yeah. He's gone. Ooh, Baltimore got Philadelphia. Oh, God. I forgot he was on the board. Is Raheem still there? But. Oh, my God. He still is. Oh, I think this pick is obvious, y'all. I think this pick is obvious. Yeah. I want Reem. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I want this dude bad. Oh my God, the lag. At 4 in the morning, what the heck? That's crazy. That's crazy that we're getting this much lag. And I will caution you again, stay away from DJ Ungolay. Do not pick this man. Do not. I do not vouch for DJ Ungolay. This dude went to he got traded out of Clemson. And I forget which college he went to. And then he bombed out there and then went to the ACC again with Florida State. And then ended up 484th on the list. Dude shouldn't even be drafted. He's complete garbage. Like he got moved for a reason. You know what I'm saying? I don't want any part of that. Dang, if they didn't get him. Dillinger's there. None of these guys are going to make the roster. Shamar James. This is where you start looking for hidden gems. Tonka. Tonka, like the Tonka trucks, man. Wait. Jimmy Horn Jr.? As in the Jimmy Horn? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Now, y'all gotta understand who this dude's dad is. His dad was a famous wide receiver in the NFL. And he got put in jail. Drug related stuff. But I mean, the dude was a baller. But he also went to University of Colorado too. You know, if you look at Jimmy Horns, well, this is his son. Yeah. I want senior. That's what I want. Because senior, the senior has some amazing stats in the NFL. If I recall. If I'm thinking of the right guy. Senior NFL. Oh, he never reached the NFL. Okay. I was thinking of somebody else then. My bad. Ah, man. Why does that name sound so familiar? Because the Saints had like a wide receiver that had a name like that. Am I right or wrong now? Because that's gonna drive me crazy, man. Ooh, I was looking at Isaac Tesla. This dude's got some hands, man. I like him. But can he run routes? You know, that's the question. Can this dude run proper routes? Oh. Wait, Daquan Felton. Ooh. This was that third group, wasn't it? Arian Smith. Didn't Arian Smith have like an injury or something like that kept him down here? I heard a lot of good things about Bo Collins, but hmm. I don't think we're gonna find the next hidden gem in here today. But after a month, I guarantee it'll pop out. Because we're looking for the next standout. We found our undrafted standout last year, and you just never know. We might find another one. That's what I'm hunting for right now. Something just tells me it's Isaac Tesla. Something. Why do I get that weird feeling? There's something about that dude, man. I just really liked him in the combine. I don't know. I'm kind of reserved on this one. Kind of reserved. It could be Daquan Felton, though. Could be Daquan Felton that stands out. We'll see. The rest of these guys didn't really pop off to me. And I just feel like we didn't get enough wide receiver help. Even with Higgins that we drafted earlier, I just don't feel like it's enough. I'm going to... what draft spot are we at? I need to get rid of the ad. 249. Okay. 249. I don't think it's too much of a reach. Do you guys? Do you guys? Or should we try to get a quarterback and try to have him beat out what's his face on our roster at third string? Jack Plummer. Do y'all? How do y'all feel about Jack Plummer at this point? Do you feel like we could improve, or do you feel like we're okay? You know, do you feel like we have to get somebody in the 6th round, or do you feel like we're all right? What do y'all think? I want honest opinions. What do y'all think? Because I'm back and forth right now. I'm back and forth. I know I'm not going to get... I don't like any of these guys. I'm just going to be real with you. All of these guys are practice squad quarterbacks. I could see Max maybe making it to a practice squad roster. I don't know about Curtis though. I don't know. I haven't watched him enough to find out. Or sad either. But every now and then they'll throw a Minnesota Golden Gophers game on, on Saturday. And it can sometimes be worth watching. Just to see, because occasionally they'll have a couple of good players that are worth watching. Let me see. Nobody's throwing anything in chat, so... They want us to get a quarterback bad. They want it. See, I'm not quite ready to give up on Plummer, though. I'm not ready to give up on him. I think he's good. Let's get Tesla. I feel like, yeah. Let's see if this dude is a hidden gem. You never know. Let's grab him. 249. Look at this gorgeous draft. We gave up Abdul Carter. We got Joel Walker out of it. That's not much of a trade-off. We were never going to get Abdul Carter anyway. Let's be real. And the Falcons gave us an offer. We traded that offer down. We got a 95. I mean, and some picks for next year. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. Yes, you are going to be either reaching on Ty Robinson or Noah Williams at some point, with these picks in this trade, which is understandable. But I mean, look what I was able to do with this. And I'm telling you, you give me the official rankings for what they're going to do on the draft day, I will mastermind you a draft plan. So beautiful, you won't even be able to take your eyes off of it. Dan, I'm telling you, man. Give me a chance here. All I need to know is which draft rankings we're using. I'll do the rest. And I'll keep it private. I won't go public with it. I'll send it directly to you. And I'll tell you exactly why I picked every one of these players. And what my board looked like. I'll run about 5 or 10 mocks. And I'll send them all to you. Free of charge. All I need to know is what that ranking system is. And I'll do the rest. I got you, Dan. I got you, Dave. Let me help you. If you don't want to go with my pick, that's fine with me. But, hey, just suggestions, guys. You know what I'm saying? Just suggestions. Purely suggestions. And I want to help you. And I want to keep this information out of the hands of the scouts. More importantly. Oh, I know what these people are doing. They go scouting around in people's live streams trying to get some information. That's exactly what they're doing. And I'm aware of it. This ain't my first rodeo. Why do y'all think you had to steer away from like 2 players in last year's draft? It's because of the scouts, bro. Why do you think you had to trade up for XL, Mr. Leggett? Because the scouts got a hold of that information and they knew. Okay? They knew we were going after XL without a shadow of a doubt. And they sent that information to another team, didn't they? Didn't they? See, I'm on to y'all. Y'all think this is my first rodeo? No, I've been doing this crap for 5 years. Before I even went public with the mock drafts. Let me help you, Dan and Dave. I got y'all, man. If you don't want people knowing what that system ranking is, that's fine with me. Just send it to my team. We'll do the rest. We'll keep it private. We won't say a word. You have my promise. You can trust me. I never post information that people want me to keep out of the reach of the public. I never do that. If I don't see fit to put it out there, it will not happen. And my team does not have any leaks at all. I run a tight ship. Every single one of them is a tight ship. So y'all let me know, man. Y'all let me know. You know Blitz ain't saying nothing. You know how he is. Come on now. This is a good roster right here. Yeah, I like this draft. Alright, so let's kind of review. We got edge rusher, we got offensive tackle, we got wide receiver, defensive tackle, corner, tight end, guard, linebacker, safety, running back, linebacker, and then we got some extra help here with the corner, with the Gamecocks corner, because I know y'all like your Gamecocks players. And we got another Gamecocks player, we got a running back. And we got a hidden gem, Isaac Tesla. I'd say that's a killer freaking draft. And we got some picks for next year, too. Yep. Let me run your box, man. Let me run a few of your mock boards. With the actual ranking system. Look at that right there. Alright, so let's take stock of the picks that we got for next year. We got a 5th rounder. We got a 4th rounder. We got a 6th rounder. And we got another 4th. With all of these picks. That's disgusting. And I told y'all, this is why I don't want the Saints sitting around us in the draft order, because they will pick up Abdul Carter, they'll pick up Joel Walker, they'll pick up whoever we don't pick up at 8. This is exactly why I don't want them sitting there. Because no matter what they do, they're going to get talent at 9. And that's not good. That works against us twice a year. And that goes double if we trade down. Yeah, I get it. You know, the Cowboys are going to get a running back probably. Bears are going to do whatever they do. The Niners and the Dolphins you got to worry about. Because they're going to be going defensive picks. The Colts will do whatever they want, you know, offensively. So I'm not worried about the Colts. But it's the Saints, the Niners, and the Dolphins. If we move down to 15. You know? And see, there's the Cardinals picking up Mikael Williams at 16. Y'all see this, man. You got to be careful about these teams, man. I'm telling you. And every single mock we have done on this NFL website, Mason Graham has gone 5th to the Jaguars. McMillan has gone in the top 7 every single time. Pretty much. 75% of the time he is gone. What in the world makes you think we have a shot at Mason Graham at this point? That's what I like to know. There are too many teams in the way. This is exactly why I didn't want the Raiders in the way. I didn't want the Jags in the way. I didn't want the Browns. Which teams did I mention again? Week 16, 17, and 18? Remind me again? This is what I was warning y'all about, man. This is why it's not a smart idea to win these meaningless games. We're going to put ourselves into a situation where we screw ourselves out of talent. And we have to go to the second one on the board. and occasionally third on the board. I keep warning people about that, and they're just like, well, it's the Falcons. Let's try to get a win. You know, let's preserve our record. Let's try to get. Let's try to make ourselves look good. At this point, you're already out of the playoffs. Forget looking good. Let's just come out of the season and just finish it. Just put your best effort out there, and if it's a win, it's a win. If it's not, then whatever. Like, at this point, we're not fooling anybody. We don't have the talent that we need. Obviously, and that's why we're drafting in the top 10. You're not fooling anybody. There's no curtain reveal here. You know? Come on. So, we screwed ourselves out of Penei Sewell when we just had to get a revenge game against Ron Rivera. You know? And I'm just like, that is so petty. It's so petty, man. When you don't have a draft pick, man, to worry about, then it's whatever, you know. But if you got a top 10 draft pick to worry about, and you're worried about the teams around you picking players that could be stolen from you, that's a problem. Please don't ever fall into that trap, Panthers. Please. I'm trying to tell you right now. It's never a fun thing. Because draft weekend is never guaranteed. You could run through 1,000,000 of these mocks, and on draft weekend, it could look 100% different. You're taking too many chances, man. Just to make yourselves look good. Just to put an extra fluff win on the board that you don't need. Who the heck cares? I'm not saying lose on purpose, but what I'm saying is put your best effort in, and if it ends up being an L, then so be it. You know, you're not killing yourself on the mock draft boards. Draft weekend. And I get it, you play to win the game. I get that. But, you know, at some point, when you've lost your shot at the playoffs, isn't that what you play for too? See, when you have that conversation, you gotta have that part of it too. When it comes to the NFL, people don't understand. That plays a factor too. It's not just you play to win the game. It you know, it doesn't stop there. The rest of the sentence is, did you make the playoffs? That's the next question people ask. But no, y'all want to put up the wall in that conversation and just go, nah, that's all that matters. Y'all don't think beyond that point. That's what I'm trying to get you to do, is think beyond that point. Because all of this stuff matters. Did you do all the little things to get you to the playoffs this year? No? Then stop trying to win meaningless games and use your draft pick to get players. Instead of sacrificing an A-plus player for an A-minus player, how about you get the A-plus player? You know? Why do you need to sacrifice when you don't need to? Why do you have to have a revenge game? You don't. That's the point I'm trying to make to y'all, man. That's what's killing us. Is that stupid bull crap right there. Like, we gotta cut that out of our game, man. We gotta cut that mindset out of our management. And we gotta start thinking strategically. What do we need right now? What benefits us right now when it comes to that? How can we set ourselves up better rather than screw ourselves out of our first pick on the draft board? You heard it yourself from several different sources. Penei Sewell was our choice. You saw it for yourselves all over Twitter, all over social media. Don't tell me you didn't. Because if you tell me you didn't, you're lying. And some of y'all need to stop lying. Because I've seen it on people's channels, and I'm just like, come on, man. Stop lying. Just stop. There's a certain culture that we have built in Carolina, and we need to preserve that. We've established our foundation. We've established our walls. We've established what we want. Now let's go get it. You know what I'm saying? Let's go get it. Alright, so looking at James Pierce Jr., he's sitting anywhere between 15 and 25. Is where he's going to land. Same with Mikael Williams. So you look at some of these players. Some of them are going to sit there. Oh, look at the Chiefs picking up Starks. How in the world this man lasted until 31? That's a crime. Oh. Ooh, that's criminal. In this mock, that is criminal. There ain't no way. How in the world did y'all let him get that? That's not good, man. That's not good. Alright, Maxwell Harrison to the Giants. Nah. That's a waste of a career right there. Bears, Nick Emenwari. Bears might know what to do with Nick. Maybe. I doubt it. Cardinals get Jack back. Oh my god. So he's going to waste his whole entire career in Arizona. Ugh. See, that's why I saw Jack Beck and I was just like, I want him. Somebody's going to reach. Someone is going to reach for this dude. 1000%, and they did. Let's see. Who got my... Yeah. That's why we had to go Higgins on that one. We went down to the second option on my board. Excuse me. Charles Grant goes to the Patriots. That pisses me off right there. That pisses me off. Because I like Charles Grant. Oh, I don't want him anywhere near the Patriots, man. That upsets me. I know it's a mock, but that upsets me. It's fake, but whatever. I got my man Ty, though. Happy with that. Birch, Arroyo. Okay. Just kind of giving you guys an idea of where some of these guys went. Barrett Carter goes to Seattle. I could see that. I could definitely see that. Devin Neal goes to the Browns. I could see that too. Oh my god, Devin Neal got picked right before we got Noel. What? Ooh. That hurts. That hurts, y'all. That hurts. Can you imagine if we had gotten Devin Neal on top of all of that? Good Lord. You want to talk about a monstrous draft. God. I'm kind of glad it went the way it did, though. Because we got two really good running backs out of this. And a pretty decent tight end. There's Miles Frazier. There's Stunsman. Frazier, though. I'll take Miles Frazier. We got our linebacker. And then all these people went off the board. Terrence Ferguson goes to the Seahawks. Seahawks in this mock look real good. I'm not going to lie. Trevor Etienne. Love Etienne brothers, man. Love the Etienne brothers. Especially Travis, man. I love Travis. I'll take both. I'll take one or the other. The Etienne brothers or both. If I can get them. Love them to death. There goes Luke Lockey to the Bears. Ugh. Torrey Horton to the Giants. Wasted career right there. Caldwell to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Ooh, I could see that. I could see that. Yeah. Jalen Smith to the Giants. Oh my God. Look at all these picks. The Giants have like 3 picks down here. What is this? Let's see. Dang. Look at Seattle. Look at this. Cam Jackson. Shiloh Sanders. My God. Seattle's killing it. Oh my gosh. There goes Jack Nelson to the Colts. Okay. You've seen that name pop up a good bit on my boards. Fortune, I figured we needed a corner at that point. We were done moving pieces around. We were done getting picks for next year. So, let's just go ahead and get him. So let's see who picks a corner after 204. Brandon Adams. Okay. Phil Maffa to the Ravens. We got his counterpart, Sanders. We got his nemesis, man. I'll take him. I prefer Sanders over Maffa. I'm going to be real with you. As a Clemson fan, it hurts me to say that, but if you look at both of them as a whole, I like Sanders over Maffa. He's just more powerful. He's more speedy. He's just more physical. I mean, it's just a fact. Now, I'm not taking anything away from Phil Maffa because Phil Maffa's a beast, too. Phil Maffa's an absolute animal, too. Ty Hamilton goes to the Browns. Okay. Okay. Isaac Tesla. We picked him up. Hidden gem. Hello. And then it really doesn't matter after that point. Alright, so. Let me send that over to the team to look at. and analyze. Done. All right. And that will do it because we are getting on 5 o'clock and I need some sleep and I've got some stuff to do IRL off camera tomorrow. So, I want to thank you guys for coming out here and hanging out for mock draft Monday number 12. We'll have mock draft Monday number 13 next week. And that's what's going to start cranking into April as far as mock drafts are concerned. We'll be doing 2 to 3 streams a week. We'll really start cranking it up. And I invite you guys to come hang out. Hit that bell. Make sure you don't miss any of those streams. Subscribe if you aren't already. You know, it's free. All of it's free. The entire channel's free. So, and also, I invite you to leave comments as far as players that you would like for me to look up or research. Either in the chats, the comment sections, or on the Facebook page. That way my team can really get to work here in April and start hunting these guys and getting that information out there for you and for us as well, so that we can create a better draft board for the management of the Panthers and get this thing rolling, you know. The goal is always progress for this franchise. So in any way that we can do it, we would like to do that. So yeah, any suggested players, we're happy to look at them. And leave your name, tag me, and say what player that you want me to look up. You know. And I know people are going to start throwing mocks up on the Facebook page as well. So I'm going to have somebody mod that and deal with that specifically. That way we make sure we don't have people throwing up repeats and stuff like that. But if you want to do mocks, go for it, you know, and throw them to the page, and we'll see if we want to put them up or not. But and also, if you want to lock in for any future mock drafts in April, now is your chance to do so. We are taking applications for that, so if you want to lock in for mocks, lock in your time, lock in your date. We'll do your mock draft, and make sure you lock in for all 7 rounds. Again, all 7 rounds. Don't flake out. You know, make sure you're there for the entire thing. Okay? Because I've done fantasy football drafts, I've done Major League Baseball drafts, mock fantasy drafts, and I've had to be there for the entire thing. So you guys can do the same thing. Come on now. You know, it doesn't take that long. But, you know, I'll look at whatever players you want. I'll research every player that you want me to research. I'll dig into any position that you want me to dig into. I'll draft whoever you want me to draft. You know? I will, however, ask you, are you sure this is what you want to lock in with? You know, that way you're sure. You know? Be confident in your decisions, you know. But if you wish to take my advice, you're more than welcome to do so as well. But anybody that wants to lock in, let me know. Comments, Facebook Messenger, whatever way that you can contact me, do it. Because this is the month. Once April is up, you cannot do it anymore. So you got 1 month left, guys. Because once we get 3 days before the draft, that's the cutoff point. Alright? Once we get to 3 days before the draft, I'm going to be doing one stream 2 days before the draft starts. And then I'm taking that day off right before the draft to relax, rest, prepare myself, and then marathon the whole draft reaction for you guys. Alright? And I'll be posting the entire draft schedule. And when it is televised on the Facebook group page as well, as I do every year. So be looking for that. As soon as I know, you'll know. But, yep, next month, Mock Draft Monday will be next Monday. And that'll officially start the gauntlet of mock draft streams for April. Alright, guys. Thank you very, very much. It has been a pleasure. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League. And shout out to everybody in chat. Olivia, AKF, Lock Poppy, and I believe that's it. Alright. Shout out to all of y'all. Shout out to all the new likes and follows and subscribers that we got. Appreciate y'all. Welcome to the Keep Pounding family. Much love to you. Keep pounding. All of you. Alright. And lastly, if you would like to get your hands on an intro like the one you see on your screen, if you're a content creator, check out Lindara Ty on Instagram. Using her last name first, Lindara, Lindara.
Thank you.
Space Ty, Tai. No, it's her last name first. It's Ty.Lindara. It's Ty.Lindara. My bad. So it's Ty, Tai.Lindara. You know, and you can find her on Instagram. She does panels, videos, things of that nature. Decent prices. Awesome to work with, and just in general, very patient. So, Lindara Ty on Instagram. Go check her out. Tell her I sent you. She'll help you out. That being said, we're bringing all that smoke, man. We're bringing all that smoke in this free agent pool, man. And we did really great. So, I appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all coming in here and supporting us, man. Thank you. It's double time. It's double time, man. It's double time. Stay happy, healthy, and well. And as always, keep pounding. Peace, y'all. I'm out.